All right, let's get into it. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is I need to get some so first I'm going to share it out with the Discord. Okay, so really quickly. Yo, what's up, Yushank? Or Yushanka, sorry. Alright, so really quickly, I'm gonna switch screens so that I can get like registered in for the test. But I am going to live take this test. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to have to block certain things. Like there's no way, or I can't obviously show you the questions in the test. Let me turn down some of the music here. So, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm going to block all that. So I will be blocking, you know, the stuff that I can't obviously show. But during the test, I will be doing Q&A. I'll be answering live how I feel about it, the reality of it, all that stuff. I also am going to, I have to fix real quick the tags. For some reason, it doesn't really allow me to edit the tags while I'm doing it, so I have to edit it after. So give me a sec and I'll put the tags in for the video. I wish it like was better about the tags, but it does allow me to put tags, but it's easier to do it in the actual platform. So all right, what questions does everybody have as we get ready to hop in there? That's close. There we go. Okay. Save that. All right. Now let me find what we're going to actually... Yo, what's going on, Unknown? Probably going to watch this while because I'm going to take a test in a few months. Okay, yeah. So I don't really know what all those emojis are, but appreciate you. Like I said, I am going to have to block some of my screen, especially when... registering and stuff like that. So give me a second, and what I'm going to do is just going to do just my camera, so that way you guys can still ask questions, can still do whatever. I don't know why it always does this, but I just will switch it and then switch it back, and then it will come back. It always does that. You always have to come back. All right, so let me go ahead and get registered in. What questions does everybody have as we get ready for the test? So first screen says, just to walk you guys through it, no input. Yeah, it'll change. So yep. So first screen, just FYI, it says you have 24 hours to complete this exam. Please ensure you have a valid ID. Make sure you are connected to internet, and please use a desktop computer. So we're doing all that. Okay, so I need to continue to verify my ID. I'm going to do that real quick. It says it should take a couple minutes. Okay. Ask for my first and last name. I'm just giving you guys the experience. Obviously, I know that... okay, so now it says face forward. Remove your glasses. Okay. Hopefully, I can do this without... we'll see. I might have to turn... Actually, I'll have to go to... I'll have to go to the intermission screen. Right. All right. How do we cheat on this? You don't really need to cheat at all. But I have to go to this screen just because it's going to require my camera access. And the only way I can give it camera access is if I don't have camera access in that. So give me 1 sec. Okay. There's really no reason to cheat. You get full internet access. It's a basic test. I can't imagine why you would need to cheat, but all right. So now I got to continue on my phone. Do you need a webcam? Yeah, you need, I don't know if you need a webcam, but it does take a picture of you, but then you identify yourself with a phone. So I'm not really sure why it asks you to take a picture with your camera and then switch to the phone. So maybe you need one. There might be a way to do it with just the phone. You need ChatGPT. Why do you need ChatGPT? I mean, you can use it, but why would you need it? Okay, so it is switching to my phone camera. Okay. To cheat. Okay, I don't really understand why you would need to cheat on a. I'll say this: if you're cheating on a entry-level cybersecurity cert, you're going to really struggle when you get into actual cybersecurity industry. Okay, so it says everything's good. So my identity should be verified. Keyword should be. Okay. But it's still showing verifying and like it's loading, so give it a second. And don't worry, I'm going to just overlay something. Yeah, you can definitely. This isn't that this test isn't designed to, like. It's not a test like what you're thinking. It's not. You're allowed to use outside resources. Like you're saying, it's to cheat, and it's like you don't. I don't even understand why you'd need to cheat. It's allowed. You're allowed to do that. Okay, so. Let's see. Yeah, it's not a quiz. It's not meant to be like a remember everything and move on. Okay, so we got to watch this introduction video. So give me a second. I'll pull you guys back in to watch the introduction video. It's not similar to EJPT. So it's not. You don't understand cheating in these types of things. I think you do understand cheating. I think you're trying to justify it in your head somehow. Okay, so we're going to watch this real quick.
Welcome to the Cybersecurity 101.
It's very quiet. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
In this video, we'll cover everything you need to know before starting your exam. We'll begin with recommended preparation, move on to the exam format, walk through what the exam experience looks like, and finish with some key tips to help you succeed. There are no formal prerequisites for the SEC1 exam. However, we strongly recommend completing the suggested learning beforehand to ensure you're fully prepared.
Okay, so
This includes the pre-security part.
So one thing I want to say here is the prerequisites. I actually don't have any issue with. I like that they make it optional for one. I don't have any issue with them saying like we suggest you use these paths. Usually, when I have an issue or when it starts to become an issue for me is when specific things in those paths are like really niche and you had to have watched that path or use that path to study. That drives me nuts a little bit just because like usually a practitioner might know the knowledge, but they are specifically referencing something in that path. And I don't really like tests that are designed that way. But I don't think that's going to be the case here.
Both of which are designed to build the foundational.
I only use AI to create
start the exam,
Wifus and cheat.
a total of 24 hours
Okay.
to complete it. The SEC1 exam is divided into 7 timed sections.
All right. People who use AI to solve CTFs use this more. Okay. I'm not following what you guys are talking about, other than just AI to cheat. But
Once you've completed all
okay, so we got 24 hours. We know it's not going to take 24 hours based on the review I did of the previous one.
topics such as operating systems, networking, web security, security analysis, and common attacks.
One thing I'll say is I'm not a big fan of this voice. It sounds AI.
Together, they're designed to test the foundational skills needed to take your first steps.
It's probably just...
Let's take a look at what the exam experience
Okay, so here's what it's going to look like.
Once you enter a section of the SEC1 exam, you'll start in the documentation.
I will say, if you remember, if you guys watched my review of this exam, you can't hear me sometimes. Okay, I'll try to be better about that. One thing I will say is, if you remember my review of this exam, my big complaint was really that, like, you don't even know what you're diving into. This video actually shows you what you're diving into. I wish they would make, like, what I'm talking about is just the interface, just showing you, like, what to expect when taking the exam, that type of stuff. Just, like, understanding what you're even going to go take, right? Like, just being prepared for that. This video, they should just make this video public, like, before you buy the exam, because I've already purchased it. And you have to purchase it to watch this, because this shows you what to expect. So, like, in my opinion, that would be an easy win. Like, just release, this is kind of what to expect and be ready for. So, people who use AI to solve CTFs do the same in exams. I don't understand the issue, like what you guys are even talking about. Like, there's nothing wrong with using AI in general, in exams or in real life, if you use it properly.
Area where the information you need is
okay, so there's documentation. We'll see if that's any good.
You'll be in section description, where you can read the brief, understand the objectives, and review.
Hopefully this doesn't take that long so we don't get too liquored up.
The instructions tab and a how it works tab, which explain what to do in the section and
okay.
how it's set up. You can return to these at any time during the exam for guidance. From here, you'll access the environments needed for the hands-on tasks.
Okay.
In sections that require both an attack box and a target system, you'll use remote access to launch the attack box and connect to the target. In other sections, you'll only need...
Enchilada at this point is obviously trolling.
Which you'll also access through remote access. As you progress, you'll use technical findings to answer...
Okay, hold on. I need to go back because I didn't hear...
To launch the attack box and connect to the target. In other sections, you'll only need to work within a single virtual machine.
Okay.
You'll also access through remote access.
So you click remote access.
As you progress, you'll use technical findings to answer the questions for the section. Review what you've discovered.
Shanka, he's obviously trolling you, man.
Before the section timer runs out. As you work through the section, you're free to move between tabs.
Okay, so my goal is to put something on screen over... if you guys give me a sec, I'm going to find a screen that I can put over top. Basically, so that I can still, you guys can still see a lot of it, but you can't see the actual full screen. So that way I'm not giving away anything, but you guys can still see stuff. Here, let me do this. I'm just thinking of something easy to an easy image that I can do. This is the easiest one I can do. Okay. So it's just an image of my YouTube channel. That way I can put that over top, and then it doesn't matter. Because obviously you guys can see my YouTube channel, so put a screen as confidential when it's not allowed to show. That's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put a screen over top of it. Because I only need to block out the questions. You can pretty much see everything else. I would assume. I don't see why it would be an issue if you see the interface, because that's, in my opinion, that's the one thing people like aren't sure what it even looks like. So it makes sense to be able to do that. Okay, all right, I'm gonna add this image. Give me a sec. And then you guys should be good. Okay, there we go. This is just an image, so I'm just going to move this as needed. So don't worry about this right now. We'll just leave this here. And then as needed, I'll move it in the right place.
Take a structured approach, work methodically, and don't rush. Everything is designed to feel familiar if you've used the Tryhackme platform before. So focus on understanding the task, using the tools provided, and applying the fundamentals you've learned.
By the way, this video is very quiet.
Here are a few important tips to keep in mind. Firstly, make sure you understand and know what.
Okay. So I wanted to say that because it's not me like quieting it. That is all the way up and it is just not very loud. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Be Right Back screen, so that I'm going to do that every transition, every video, or I'm sorry, every time I click the next button, because I do not want to give away anything. Okay. So it says you're all set. After this step, blah, blah, blah. Okay. So then I will start the exam. Okay. So we've got so this is what it looks like. I'll go ahead and share my screen. I don't know if I'm supposed to give this away. I don't really see any, there's no questions here or anything. So basically you have this storyline and then you have these different sections. So I'm going to go ahead and block out the screen. Give me a second here. I'm going to move this back one so that it's my camera's in front, and then I will move it as accordingly. So I'm going to go ahead and read the story. You're working as a cybersecurity contractor. Different clients approach you for short-term contracts across different domains, from system and network assessments to foundational blue team. So basically the story is you're just a cybersecurity practitioner. Like, you have different clients that do different things, but basically it's a kind of a believable way of you going through all of the information they're talking about. Each client engagement puts you in a completely new environment, asking you to apply your skills. Okay, so very first one is 45 minutes. NovaCore Financial, a mid-sized financial services firm. It is preparing to deploy some workstations for its operations department. Before pushing any endpoints into production, the company's security and IT governance team requires an independent review to verify each system meets baseline configurations. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start it. It says it's 45 minutes. Let's see. So, okay, so now it says you have 45 minutes to complete this section. Oh, this includes machine startup and loading time. So it does say that. I will say I have a real issue with that if that's the case, because Tryhackme notoriously has slow and broken machines. So if you have to break, or if you have to restart a machine over and over, this could really hurt your time. We'll see though. It's 10 questions, so we'll see. I'm going to start it and we're going to see how. Okay, so I just said it again. I click start again. Section is already started. Why can't I go to it? Okay, so right away my timer's starting and I can't go to the. Okay, there we go. So, all right, so they give you a briefing. I'm obviously not going to read it because I want to make it fair, but feel free to ask questions, guys. I'm going to move this a little bit so that you guys can see. I'm going to try not to give anything away, but this is what it looks like. There you go. If you guys have questions, feel free to ask. I'm obviously still taking an exam, so I'm going to try to like somewhat pay attention, but ask questions and feel free and I'll answer. So okay. Okay. Okay, so you get one virtual machine in this one. Okay, it tells you to review the Okay, so it's taking, so it did auto start the VM. I like that because we talked about it's 45 minutes. It's going to be a tough time if we're waiting on the VM. You can see I've got 43 minutes left. Okay. It does give you some objectives. Code out your own VM. I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay. So it does give us some questions. Okay, so there is 10 questions, which are, in this case, they're called technical findings, and that's what completes the section. So it does give you some guidance. I like that, because otherwise it was like very, very generic, and there was no answer. So far, I haven't been able to get into the VM yet. It's still loading up, so give me a second. But I like that the questions are not what I thought, meaning my initial complaint was that the questions are going to be graded by AI. These aren't really an issue here because the questions are just answer the question. There's not... Okay. Already, I see an issue. The issue is I'm on remote access. My machine is non-existent. Nothing is happening. So... Okay, now it's connecting again. I had to go back and forth. So this is what I was worried about Tryhackme. Their VMs are notoriously like finicky, and it's kind of doing that. So hopefully we can get there. I think the problem with the timeline is going to be, like I said, that the machine is very, very slow. It's not really a CTF yet. Sort of like their boxes, though. You're right in that aspect. Like, it is sort of like their boxes, where it's walking me through it, and then you kind of have some questions to answer. But let's see if I can actually... I can't copy things out, but I'm worried that the... since you can't copy things out, that the... that the answer will be like basically right, but if you misspell something, no, there's no tips. At least not that I see. So far, it's just kind of basic Windows questions. There's nothing really difficult that I see. See, this is where it gets weird. It's asking me... No, it's not... No, I'm not doing advanced hacking. It's not a walkthrough room. No, this is a certification, technically. This is where it gets weird. There's a question, and I'm trying not to dive into it, but it gives you two answers, but it could be multiple different things. When I say it gives you two answers, it says, what blank blank, what is this, basically, blank blank, and then it gets, in parentheses, it has two options, but the answer could be like different. So I don't know. We'll see if it gives it to me or not. I worry about that a little bit, but other than that, we'll see. Okay. Okay, so now hopefully I can copy and paste out of here. That'd be another thing I'd hope, because I don't want to like have to keep going back and forth and typing it out, but we'll see. Okay, you can copy and paste in there, so that's good. So that actually helps. But really, it's just, so far, the Windows one is just a very basic, you know, getting around Linux type, or sorry, Windows type thing. Okay. Okay. Why pay for it though? Seems like a waste to me. That's why I paid for it, to see if it is a waste or not. No, I don't think a toddler could do it. I mean, you gotta think, there's 7 sections. I'm on section 1, right? So, like, I don't know yet. That's the whole point. All right, so now, so far, I actually like the test. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. So far, I actually like the test. And there is some like actual external lookup you have to do, which I like. Like, you're allowed to look things up, and there's certain commands that I just don't remember because it's been forever since I've been an admin, that I like that you have to. And we'll see too, the other thing that you got to remember too is they're depending on, this is a Windows Server version, which I like, this machine, because it's not just your typical Windows machine. So I actually like that. There are like some very specific questions though that it's wanting you to do, which is fine. I think that they are trying to get you to grab the exact wording from here, which kind of helps guide it, I think. I like when you go back and forth, it's not like they're standard. Like when I go to remote access and technical findings, I go back and forth. It's actually pretty quick. It's not like their standard where it's like going to take you a while. Yeah, they create. I mean, so far I'm actually impressed with this. I wouldn't say that this is a advanced level thing, obviously, but I would say that. Why did it get rid of it? Come on, there we go. Okay, I would say that it is good for entry level so far. I don't really know what's going on with that. That's like. There's a couple quirks, but like it's not breaking anything, which is good. Okay. And there's multiple ways of doing each question. I like that. Okay. You got to be careful though, because it does save your answers, which is good, but you have to wait until it saves or it does delete them. So that's kind of interesting. Will the live stream be up after? Yeah, this live stream will be up after. So for the kind of cert you like it, yeah, for an entry-level cert for $100 so far. I mean, to be fair, we're only 7 questions. I mean, I'm only on the 7th question of 10 for this section, and then there's a Linux section, and then there's 7 sections. So who knows? There could be sections that are really good and sections that aren't. That's why I'm doing it live so that you guys can ask questions. I don't even know if this is allowed. to do it live, but I'm purposely hiding the question, so maybe they won't ban it. I don't know. Perfect. I don't have much time to stick around, but I thought this before the 40% went away and have been looking for reviews. Yeah, there's not really much on it, and that's why I want to be able to talk about like what you're actually going to experience. So, so far the Windows one is very basic. I think they could. I'll wait till the final question to get it to say anything, because I want to make sure I get it done in time. Obviously, I will say it would help a lot people that have been Windows admins. Appreciate you, my man. I love you. The reason I say it would help a lot is because there's a lot of like MSC extensions and stuff that make this really fast. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Come on. Deku, I don't know what any of that means. To be honest with you, no offense, I just don't know what that means. Okay. Do. I also won the giveaway for the cert, so I'm trying to get a feel for it. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to help out with. I don't know what that is, if I'm being honest, so not trying to hate, just have no idea what it is. Okay, this one's interesting. The reason I say this one's interesting, and I won't dive into it, but there's a lot of oddball things on here. There we go. That was interesting. Like I said, the one thing I've noticed is like just the little quirks is like when you fill out the question, I try to fill it out and then go back to the next thing. You have to wait. I would not take Sec Plus after this. This is not in any way even remotely close to the same thing. Not even close to the same breadth of stuff or anything. So, okay. This could be done given enough time. What should you take after this? I mean, Sec Plus is fine if you're ready to take Sec Plus, but I'm saying this is not going to prepare you for Sec Plus if that's what you're asking. Sec Plus is still the most sought after cert out there. I'm just saying don't take it based on passing this. Come on. There you go. Okay. Yeah, like there's quite a few in here that I could sit here and just look up. And if you have enough time, you should be fine, but... Okay. Let's see. And I'll look at you guys' chat. I'm just answering this question. I'm not ignoring you guys. Keep in mind, I am still technically taking a test. I don't like that it makes you scroll back to the question every time, but that's nitpicking. I have a feeling the Linux one will be... Oh wait, is that it? Oh no, that's not it. The Linux one will be easier just because the Windows is not the fastest Windows that you've ever used. That's for sure. But it's doing okay. It's not like breaking or anything like that. Let's see if we can do this. I keep forgetting the wording here. Okay, that's not it. That's not it. Come on. I've gone through all of these. At a certain point, it's got to be in here. Like I said, I will look at you guys' chat. I'm not ignoring it by any means. All right. Alright, we're gonna go to the top. Whoops, there we go. Okay. Alright, come on. Oh, see, this is what I was worried about. The VM just kind of crashed, so I'm a little worried about that. He's pulled you into the rage bait, I see. Didn't take that long to get you in there, I gotta be honest. Let me make sure I'm reading the question right, actually. Okay, for some reason I can't scroll down. There we go. Okay. Yeah, if the machine was a little bit faster, this would be much easier. But it seems to be, I mean, working. The other thing is it's hard to, I wish they would kind of relay, like, they ask you to look for something that does something, but you're basing it on the description. And so I worry if it's not the exact description or if it's something related, which you never know, right? It could just be me overthinking it too. Okay. Like I said, it could just be me overthinking it. I'm just going through all of them now to make sure that it's the exact word. Or wording, I should say. Because the wording is very specific. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Yeah, see this one, like, I think they're looking for something similar, but not the exact wording that they laid out. And so it makes me worry about that answer, but that's all right. All right, that's all right. We'll just leave it as is and get it wrong on that one and be okay with that. Okay. All right, so Dev, if I roll 3 dice, what are the odds that I roll 1, 2, and 3? That's a very interesting probability. Okay, so now let's see. This is, I like, the one thing I do like is that they made it's not a lot of like, I don't know the right word, navigating, like you're not wasting a lot of time navigating, which I like. Because that would be really annoying. But see, this is where I think people are going to get frustrated. Is like I just opened PowerShell and it's just sitting here. And so it's like, how long do you wait before, you know, it's kind of annoying that they've eaten up your time, I guess, if you will. There we go. Okay, so I got to work there. See, like I just copied and pasted. It's like, is that working or is it not? Okay, so it doesn't look like it was. Okay, then we can copy and paste here. I can just see people getting frustrated with that, and I think it's a fair frustration. If you're gonna time the test, you have to make sure the test is like perfect time-wise. I can see that being frustrating, but I don't see why you couldn't beat the time. I can just see people that are close on the time getting frustrated. And then this will be frustrating. If you can't copy and paste out of here, this will be really frustrating. Because asking for the hash, okay, you can. And that would be really annoying. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, is copying and pasting. Because like a hash, it would take forever to like have to go back and forth. Because it's not like before where you can open it in 2 screens. Like you have to go back and forth. Okay, go here. See, that's what I was worried about. Okay, there we go. Okay. So far, I'm not seeing any like crazy gotchas or anything. which is nice. I'm glad they're not doing that. I'm not seeing anything crazy, like I said. What was even the question here? Okay. Okay. Oops. This section should be done. I just have to add the time here. I got one wrong because I just don't want to go look. Like, I'm not really that worried about it. Okay, saved. But I have plenty of time, so let's see. Should I? All right, we don't need to be putting shit like that in the chat, please. Oh, wait a minute. I misread the question. I just reread it, and it's like, duh, okay. I misread the question. Okay. Okay. Now I literally just misread it, and then... Okay. That makes more sense. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, I'm sure you're grade 5 or whatever. I don't even know what you're talking about, but... Okay, let's see. Okay, so now what we can do, since we have time, we might as well try and just get this one right. All right. Not that one. Okay, so... Actually, I don't even want to mess with it. I want to get to the next section so that... Okay, now the question is, how do you even... I guess you just submit and you're done, I think. Once submitted, you will not be able to go back. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that one's done. So let me show you guys what it looks like, I guess. So you can see it just shows that this one's completed, and now we're going to go up to the next one. So we'll go up to the next section. I had watched too much Minecraft, okay? I don't know what that means. Bro, I will start my 1-year internship as a cybersecurity GRC focus, and I've been studying for months, Cyber 101, SOC Level 1. Does that mean that I have to abandon that? Why would you have to abandon? What do you mean? Abandon what? First off, what are we talking about? What would you abandon? Okay, so this is the Linux section now. Let's go ahead and start that. 45 minutes, 10 questions. Same kind of concept. Okay, so it spins up the VM, gives you the... Oh, I didn't realize there was actually instructions. I mean, I knew it, but... okay. Read the scenario. 10 questions, okay. Okay, so the Linux one is pretty much the same thing as far as like what you need to do. But you gotta wait for the VM to start up, so it's gonna take a while. So it looks like the first questions are always very, very basic, like just getting around type thing. But it looks like the same kind of storyline goes. You're working for these companies, and they're trying to have you verify their configurations, etc. The job market's cooked. No, it's not. There's thousands of jobs. Actually, let's go to... I don't know where you're located, obviously. But we'll just get rid of location and type in cybersecurity. Okay, this is just random. There's no city, state, nothing like that. You guys can't see it, but I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of jobs available. It depends on what you want, Joseph. Like, if you don't want to do SOC work, then sure, abandon it. But if you want to do SOC work, then... Oh, why is it not typing? There we go. Then I wouldn't abandon it, no. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to do bug bounties and be a pen tester. I mean, that's going to be a hard path if you have no experience, but it's possible. Okay. Okay, what is the absolute path? Okay. I think just make a game and get 1 million people to buy it for $1. I mean, he's not wrong. That actually theoretically would work, right? And you don't have to... He said you ain't him. You don't have to be him. I don't know who him even is. Don't be him. Be yourself. If you're trying to mirror yourself around what someone else is or seems like or does or whatever, you're going to struggle anyway, so you should always be your own person. Okay, so far, question 4. This machine is much faster, I will say that. Okay. So this one I actually have to write down. You don't have to, I guess, if you have good memory. I just don't have good memory. So it's handy to have a piece of paper or have a some sort of note. Hopefully I spelled that correctly. Okay, I did. So you can copy out very easily. You can't copy in very easily. All right. Okay, interesting. So before we were... Okay. Interesting, interesting. Okay, there we go. Now it's working. No, it's not. Okay, interesting. Let me get here. Okay, I don't know why that... Oh, I have a weird thing in there. Okay, so what's it asking me here? Okay, there we go. I will say this is more realistic. The only thing... it's the same problem I have with all of these types of tests. They're giving you one box at a time. That's unrealistic. Like, the reality is, like, in a real environment, that's not how it would work. Nobody's going to hire you to evaluate one machine. But I also understand, like, why they do that. Like, it saves them money, time, etc. Okay, and then it's... Okay, this one's much, much faster. Not gonna lie to you, much, much faster. but it's a Linux box and it's meant to be faster. Let's see. What questions do you guys have besides anyone that's interested in taking it? Like, what questions do you have and what are you worried about? How fun is it? I mean, so far it's fairly fun. Like I said, the Windows one left something to be desired, but that's because the machine, not because of the test itself. It feels very CTF-y, which is fine, right? Oops. I don't necessarily have any issues with that. It's better than I thought, but it's one of those things that also I wonder if with the time that they're giving you, if someone with no knowledge could still do it because they could just Google everything. Like, you still have time to Google everything if you wanted to. I'm mostly just worried about the timers. Do you think the timers are pretty lax? So far, they're pretty lax. I mean, I'm on question 8, and I got 32 minutes left, so they're pretty lax to me, in my opinion. They're not like... I think they could tighten them down a little bit, personally, but I also understand why they're not. I feel the most ITs Google a lot of things. I agree. I don't have an issue with Googling. I'm saying, like, if anybody can come off the street and take this test with zero understanding background, like, I don't think you need to take any path right now. Like, you could literally take the question and Google it and get the answer and put it in. So, like, you're not actually... There's no validation of any skill here that I've seen so far. I wish it would have more troubleshooting or like more critical thinking. Like, there's no critical thinking. Like, this question is literally, what is blank? You could take that, put it into Google, and it would give you the answer. Like, you don't need to do anything really. I don't see any cybersecurity involved questions at all so far. Again, so far. I say that, and then this one actually says examine a log. So, you know, there's some cyber mixed in, but this is not going to... So far, it is showing that you know how to... But I'm only through the Windows and the Linux machine. No, it's not what does this command do. It would be like, I'm trying to think of a way without giving it away, but like, what is the status of this application, service, whatever, right? Well, you just Google how to check, use the command, you get the status. Like it's not very hard. I don't have an issue with that. I have an issue with the main issue I have, right, is the same issue that I have with most certs. This is not realistic to enterprise, meaning you're never in a real world scenario, unless you work for a very, 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 very small company, going to log into just one machine that you already know where the machine is, you already have it, it's sitting right there, and evaluate one thing on one thing. Like, it is usually much, 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 much more complex than this. And I understand this is a 101, but they're doing everybody a disservice by saying this is what it's like, because it's not. And so unless you're in a help desk role, this is just not very realistic. So, okay, so cat. I will say though, like there may be some navigation error or issues in Linux. If you don't know Linux, that's one thing I didn't even consider, because I'm not. I've used Linux for so long that I know how to navigate the command line really easily. So if you don't know how to do that, then that might be a struggle for you. Yeah, this is only 2 of 7. Okay, get rid of that. Exit. There we go. Okay. Okay, was I supposed to switch at some point? Okay. Okay, it's kind of interesting. You get a permission denied for the log they tell you to log into. Yeah, there's more to come, obviously, right? But so this is like one of the questions where it's like, gets where it gets very interesting. Let me read the instructions first. Okay, so here's an issue that I have, right? It says, examine this blank, right? Problem is, you don't have permission in here to examine that. So the question comes, are they trying to get you to use privilege escalation, or is there some other thing, right? And that's where it's like, if you're going to put a timer on it, which is fine, right? Then you need to make sure that the hold on, there's a different okay, we can try to sudo it, but I don't know if they have sudo access. Let's see, which maybe that's part of it, but I wish I would have copied this. I don't know that that's gonna work. Let's see. Nope. Okay. Let's see. Okay, they're not in the sudoers group, so let's then see if we are. Well, we don't know the password for the consultant, so no, you can't. It says you're not in the sudoers group, which is fine. It just comes down to what do they actually want? Because there is a there is like a way to privilege escalate, but like I don't know if that's what they're wanting you to do, you know what I mean? That's where it gets kind of interesting. I also, this is where it gets unrealistic, because this would never be something you would do on a actual engagement, ever. But crap, good call. But yeah, so this is where it gets interesting, because it's like, okay, is this what they want us to do? Maybe, I don't know, but we can find out. So what we can do is, actually I didn't even look, what was the, how often does that run? Because it may not even run enough, or run fast enough. Yeah, see, I don't think that's going to run fast enough. Let me see if I can actually run it myself. Because if I can run it myself, then I can just do that. Okay, I mean, I can give myself root access, I guess. I mean, that should be easy enough. Yo, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, this one, I don't know if this is the intended method of doing this, but I'm going to privilege escalate and give myself access. But again, I have no idea if this is the intended use case. And that won't even actually work anyway. Might as well just something. Get on your knees. I don't really understand that either, but okay, so we're just gonna okay, so okay, where is the easy peasy? Yeah, I can't imagine that's what they want you to do, because every other question, I finished all 9 of the other 9. Every other question is extremely easy, so I'm assuming that's not what they want you to do. Alright, so what we're gonna do is go, I mean, we got time. Do. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Now the question is, what service are we actually... Okay. Okay. Not understanding what he's saying, but maybe they're talking about the... Okay. I mean, we could just look at the permissions and see if they... The whole point is they want us to look or do a different log, but... Let's see. Which, to be fair, if you look at it, it actually has the proper permissions. It may be a glitch. All right, we're just not going to do that one. All right, we're done with that section. So now you guys can see we have 2 sections done. So now this one is blank is a SME that has recently grown significantly. The growth presents numerous challenges in their IT infrastructure. Tryhackme has begun creating a new network baseline. Okay. So this one, it looks like you're going to be doing a network baseline, or they already did one. SME that has recently grown. Da, da, da. Simple record. Okay, so they've contacted you to help them interpret a sample packet capture collected. Okay. Okay, so you need to do a packet capture to identify normal behavior. Okay, easy enough, hopefully. This one, so this is an example of like, I don't know why you would need a VM for it, but they give you a whole VM for it. Not sure why you need one, but okay, so we're in. So this one, it's a packet capture. This is what it said. At the top, it says you will find the PCAP file. Use the file to analyze. I'm not really sure why they did. They kind of did away with like the. Let's see, it says on the desktop you'll find the PCAP file. Okay, the desktop just didn't load in. I'm not really sure why they did away with the multiple choice, because this is basically the same thing. You just answer the question. Okay, we'll see what happens. I opened it with Wireshark, but it's not really doing anything, so. Okay, hopefully it doesn't open 5 times because I double clicked it a bunch of times, but it's loading in. So this is just a PCAP capture. This one, like, we're starting to get a little bit more into the cyber realm of things, in my opinion, but this one, once again, is going to take some time to actually spin up. So that's probably my biggest complaint right now, right? Is we're 5 minutes into this exam. They give you an hour. So far, I haven't seen issues with the time, like, but don't time it and then the first 5 minutes are just waiting for the exam or for the VMs and stuff to spin up. Wait until everything gets loaded up and then start the time. That's just my 2 cents, but because some people might have longer times, right? Like if you have a 10 to 15 minute spin up time, that's going to get frustrating quick. What other questions does everybody have? if any. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be annoying. This VM, the packet capture is very slow. So like it's going to take me, like right now I just did a filter and it's taking quite a while to actually filter out. And then you can't copy in, which is kind of tough. Okay, yes you could. Okay. Seems pretty straightforward. So far I've completed intro to SEC1. I'm on capstone for level 1 and 52% into June. Did the last blue team CTF and only 3 rooms left for the red team. Just need to freshen up on the SEC1 path. I don't think you need to freshen up on the SEC1 path. There's not really much here so far. That is the same relevancy. Okay, so what was the question here? I haven't done the SEC 101. I haven't done either of the paths, so hopefully I'm not telling you that and then it's wrong, but hopefully the reason they are giving you an hour in this one is because the filtering takes a while. Keyword hopefully. I'm also going to be frustrated if there's little things like I can see little things being an issue, like capitalization and stuff in their answers, because their answers are just fill in the answer. And so that will be very frustrating if people start missing points because they missed a capital letter or something like that. That's the only thing I'm worried about too, is because their questions, like where you fill them in, is the same as basically the same as Tryhackme's normal like question and answer thing, and so I do worry about that quite a bit. Just because I can see people getting screwed on that, and you know, it would suck. It would suck to miss a point or whatever for that. Okay. Let me filter that here in a second. For 2029, okay. So you gotta wait for the answer to save, and then you can go back. Okay. Then wait for it to save, then go back. Kind of annoying, but is what it is. All right. Do. Oh man. Okay. Actually filter. Nope. Okay, so now we gotta wait for it to filter. There we go. Not sure why everything just changed, but okay. Okay, get rid of that. Yeah, this is just all PCAP. So far, anyway, right? And based on, this is what worries me. So this is what worries me, right? It says, like, this is an example. It says, like, what is the host name? But then it says, note down only the host name. So basically, if you mess up at all, it's wrong, even though it would be correct, because you can do the host name with the domain and that would still be completely correct. But they're saying don't do that because it will be wrong. So it tells me that you're probably going to be wrong here. Like if you make a mistake on grammar or anything like that. Just something to think about. Something to think about. All right, let's pour us another drink. Okay. What's everyone else doing tonight? How's everyone doing? What's everyone up to on this fine Saturday night? Come on, load her up. Load her up. Has anyone taken the test yet? Do. Some of the stuff, it's like, dude, this is also why I have an issue sometimes. Is some of this stuff is like from like 2003, and so it's a little outdated, I'll be honest, but it's not bad. I will say the PCAP one is leaving a little bit to be desired because very few companies, any big companies or whatever, use encrypted protocols, and this is only using unencrypted, so that's something that kind of like, you know, is what it is, but do. Okay. 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 Make sure that's accurate here. Six, let's see. Okay. Let's see this one. All right, that's easy enough. Okay. And some of this I'm going through a little faster than I should, but it's almost like exhausting to even go through this, some of it. Because you're not really learning anything. I mean, to be fair, it's an exam. You shouldn't really learn anything, but you should already know it, but was the... Okay. Okay, I gotta find the first one. Scroll way up here. Okay. Now what's it ask me? Okay. Whoops. Whoa. See, like that. I accidentally just put an extra 1 in the answer. That would be wrong. That's really annoying. I understand, like, attention to detail, so I actually, like, I get it, but also that's one of the things that, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, so then let's look at this one. We'll see if this is right. I actually, at this point, I'm just trying to get it done. That's okay. Oops. There you go. Okay. We're done with that one. So that's one that took They give you an hour and took way less time. So now this one. So this is a web-based one. So this one will be interesting. Okay. Okay. So this is the one where we're a penetration tester, which is interesting. So we're starting our attack box. So this is the one that I talked about this before. This is the one I don't agree with, because cybersecurity is not pen testing, and platforms like Tryhackme and Hack the Box have made their money by only focusing on like pen testing and red teaming, which is fine. I don't have an issue, but people think that that is cybersecurity, and there is so many other positions. Pen testing is like this small in cybersecurity, and so when you talk about security 101, I don't really think you should be doing a pen test in that. Like, you're trying to help people understand how to do security in general, and you're having them do a pen test when they've never done one, or at least I would assume at this point they've never done one. So, not really a fan of this part, but is what it is. Oh, they do have a little note section. I didn't notice that before. So if you guys notice, there is a note section. That would have saved earlier when I said write it down or whatever. That would have saved that. So is there anything that goes beyond cybersecurity 101? Can you elaborate? What do you mean by that? Like in this exam? Or do you mean, does it go beyond the scope of the path that they gave? I don't know. I've never done the path, so, or if I did, I don't remember the path at all. So I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at the path. We can do that after this. Look at the path and see. We can certainly do that. But yeah, I don't dislike the exam so far. The one thing I do dislike is the loading times. You're sitting around most of the time just waiting for stuff to load. And like right now I'm waiting for the attack box to load. And then you're going to do that. And I understand, like they have to build this infrastructure in the back end and stuff, but you could have done a lot of these machines together. You could have put these sections together. You could have optimized this a lot better, in my opinion. Okay, so I wish that would stay up. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, you could easily do that. You can make it one VM. There's no need to make this 10 different VMs that need all spun up at different times, but it is what it is. Like, I'm not going to hate on them for doing it. It's just a lot of the wait time. You know what I mean? So it sucks, but it is what it is. It's fine. That's fine. Oops, there we go. Why is it like my mouse keeps disappearing? I don't know what's going on here. Okay. Okay, so this box is very laggy. Like almost unusable laggy here. Okay, there we go. I don't know what was going on there. Let's see. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I will say, I mean, I haven't done the CyberSec 101 path, at least in a long time. I will need to go back through after this and look at it. But I will say, like, this part of it, I doubt is in the CyberSec 101 path. Maybe it is. They might touch on it or talk about it. But I might be doing a more advanced method of some of this stuff isn't advanced, and they might teach an easy way to do it, and I'm just doing a more advanced method, which is possible. Okay. Are you serious? Okay, so this is a little bit annoying, but main thing is this is a web app and they don't have the burp proxy enabled, so I just wasted a bunch of time because I got to switch over to Kato, which is fine, but I just wish I would have known that they got rid of the burp on there. Okay, we're gonna... Oops. Oops. There we go. Alright, we're switching to, we're using burp anyway. It's driving me nuts. They don't have it set up properly in here, so we're just gonna use burp anyway. But like, that's an example of like, just set it up, you know what I mean? Takes 2 seconds. Okay. Okay, come on, baby. Okay, now it says it's updating, which is really annoying. Like, why is it updating right now? "10 minutes in, I haven't been able to do anything yet. Because the machine is updating the apps. Like, come on. That's frustrating. But what to expect so far is it is hands-on it's kind of all over the place, but not like in a. At the beginning, they were like sticking together, kind of. It's kind of all over the place now, and not really making much sense as far as like. I just did a PCAP, and now I'm doing a pen test. Like, I don't have an issue with like the fundamentals, but knowing how to do a PCAP evaluation has absolutely nothing to do with a ton of cybersecurity positions. So SEC 101, not really. They could have probably fixed a lot of it kind of feels like they went with the first two, which was like learning Windows and Linux, did a decent job, and then they were like, let's throw something in there, and the PCAP got thrown in. I don't think it necessarily is that big. PCAP, don't get me wrong, you should really know how to do a PCAP, but the one that they didn't make a lot of sense. It was all unencrypted traffic, and it said all kinds of stuff. It didn't show how to like actually decrypt the traffic, or there was no like. You'd still have to figure a lot out if you were trying to do that. So, okay, turn that one on. Okay, did they give us the login? You'd think they would, but okay. Whoops. Okay, so okay, easy enough. Server status, okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, okay. They're just kind of all over the place on this one. At least it feels like it. Okay. Okay, that ain't it. Okay, so okay, that's interesting. Okay, so okay, so there you go. So, this one might cause some people more issues than normal just because it is less guidance than a lot of them. I guess that's the easiest way to say that. But I don't see necessarily an issue with it. I just don't think that a pen test makes sense here, personally. Again, that's just my personal opinion. But that's a personal opinion. So it could be, you know, some people might disagree, and that's fine. I know way too many people in cybersecurity that have never done a pen test and will never need to do one. And there's nothing wrong with that. Hopefully, this is another example. It's like I have to put a directory in for a question, and I put / directory. Let's see if that's correct or not, because that will be really annoying if it's like you don't want to put the / but Okay. To be honest with you, you don't even need don't really even need anything here, but okay. Okay, thanks. And like I said, you know, you may not even need to do it this difficultly, if you will. Is that a word? What's it asking me? Let's try that. It's interesting. I'll say that. All right. So okay, whoops. So we know one of the person's emails, if you will. There we go. Okay. problem I'm having is the login form's not even. Let's try that. There we go. I don't know why that was weird. Okay. Had a weird syntax error there. All right, let's see. We got that going. Okay, here we go. Okay. Let me see, what was our, I don't even remember now. I need to go back up and look at what our, here we go. There we go. That's why. That is why. I was at the wrong thing. Duh. That'll cause some issues. Let me go back up. Okay. I see. Okay. So let's look at the history. Okay, so is it just web hacking for this module? Yeah, this one's just a web app. Okay, now I'm just trying to... Okay, there we go. Let's see what that does. Yep. All right. Does it tell you what to find? Sort of ish, not really. What I mean by that is it sort of leads you there, if kind of like a CTF would, but not really. Okay, so there we go. Okay, so we're in that. So now what do I need to find? Okay, so that's pretty easy. What am I looking for first? Okay, so like this one, I don't know that a normal cyber person would need this, to be honest with you, at all. And I would think this is a doctor. Oops. Gotta spell it right. Okay, hold on. What did I do? Okay. Okay, so what a weird password. Okay. See, like this is where I don't think this is even an issue with Tryhackme. This is an issue in general. Is they do this where they have you do like the same thing over and over, and I don't really know why. E7. No way they're this bad about this. Hold on. We might have found a big issue here. And when I say a big issue, I don't actually mean a big issue, but but a interesting thing. Okay, we didn't. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay, so Q6. Okay, perfect. Now okay. It actually told you what to do here, which was interesting. So it told you to log into the web app and try to get it there, which is interesting. I don't know why it would tell you that. That's the only thing for me, is why tell them that. But I will say this one I'm actually having fun with, but that's because this is my background. I don't think this is difficult by any means. I just think it's okay. Like I said, I am having more fun with this one than the other ones. The other ones I kind of just wanted to get through. It didn't feel like I was enjoying it. Okay, so and then it said okay, this is an interesting one. Does the app not work? That's the next question. I can click on other stuff, but the app doesn't work for this. Okay, I see the vulnerability here, but it's interesting that they give you a broken app to make it to prove the point. Very interesting. Don't think that makes sense. They didn't even finish the app. That's kind of silly, but oh boy. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yeah, it's just interesting. They're literally giving you the kind of the whole thing here. I just find it interesting that that's what they're doing instead of like you're not even they're kind of just doing it for you in some aspects. Maybe it's the time constraint that they're worried about. That could be. Whoops, got an extra thing in there. Do you need to write any ports? Not that I've seen. Doesn't mean that we won't, but not that I've seen. I have not seen that yet. I also have a space in there, I think. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Okay. Okay, and then the final step is going into the admin portal. So the whole point is like to get the to get this, I'm assuming. Okay. For the overall exam, I don't know about that yet. This is interesting because there's nothing in there. Okay, I mean, we can do that, I guess, but okay, that's interesting. I don't think this was the intent of this one, but I'm going to do a reverse shell because I think that's... I don't think that's what you need to do here, but I think that will work here. Personally, like I said, I don't think that's what you need to do here, what you're supposed to do here. It told you where this should be, and it's not there. So I personally think there's probably an issue with it, but that's all right. We'll just do this. There we go. Okay. Okay, move that out of the way. Go into here. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Oh, that's why okay. Now go back here. Like I said, I don't think this is what they actually wanted you to do, but maybe it is. I'd be very surprised. Okay. Okay. It'd be kind of cool if this is what they wanted you to do, but I don't think this is what they wanted you to do. Okay. Now I have a reverse shell, so now what's the value of the All right, now we're searching for the final flag, but I don't think this is the way to do it. I just think that this might work if the flag's on here. The flag might not even be on the machine. It is on here. Okay, so okay. I'll be interested to find if that's actually, I mean, they aren't going to tell you, but I'd be curious if that's actually how you're supposed to do it. I don't know that you needed a reverse shell there. Okay, so what's this one? Okay, so this is a growing blah, blah, blah. Export a snapshot of recent alerts, logs, test results, and vulnerability scan. Okay, so this one is more SOC related, it looks like. I will say I do enjoy the test so far. It is an enjoyable experience. I think for me, the interesting part is they tried to make it like, it's like they try to use very basic excuse me very basic like situations, but then they want you to use methods that, at least for the previous pen test, I can't imagine they're teaching that. Thank you. I can't imagine they're teaching that in the SEC 101, but we'll go through it and look, because the way I did it may not be, that's why I say I may be using advanced techniques that like you don't need to use at all, and I'm just overthinking it, which is very, very possible. Okay, so this one, use the remote access button on the left side of the screen. All required tasks for this. Okay, so they have a security console here. Okay, I'm trying to, but it didn't open. Okay, there you go. It opened. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, we're gonna try and go through this. It's kind of, this is kind of, I'll be honest with you, this is their worst. This is probably their worst one just based on the dashboards already. But that's okay. Okay. They should have just used, okay, can't search that way. Okay. Okay, there's only 6 records. I thought there. See, this is another example. So this is like them saying like this is realistic. There's only 6 events, so like that's not realistic. Like there would be way more than that. Okay, so. See, some of these, it's like, what does it look like? It looks like a 3-year-old made a dashboard using AI. That's what it looks like. It's pretty rough. Okay. Reverse shells were in SEC101. Okay, then maybe you needed it, maybe not. I don't know. Okay. I think they use Netcat. Netcat's very easy to set up. Like I said, I'm not gonna talk about that just because, you know, I don't want to give away anything in here, but definitely brush up on that if that's what they wanted, right? I don't know if it is. It's so weird how they go from like a good box. No, I have no idea what I can and can't show. But like from a good box to like this one just being insanely silly. Like this isn't realistic. It's very poorly done. You don't even have to follow the scenario at all. Like this is by far the worst box. Okay. First, let me... Okay, well, I didn't copy that, so. All right, this is where the notes comes in handy. Okay. Okay, I didn't do that, right? Okay, there we go. We'll just name it the same thing. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so I actually don't even know if I could show what I'm showing, which is just the dashboard, but see, that's interesting. That is very interesting. That's a perfect example of they actually are. It's kind of silly what they're doing, but and I'll tell you what I mean. It's silly because they have you doing this thing, this action, and when you do it, it actually tells you if you have it right or wrong, which is kind of silly. Like, you shouldn't know. In my opinion. Okay. Recreate in MS Paint, it wouldn't be that hard. I mean, it's just a dashboard. You guys should know what dashboards look like. It is just the fact that they put so little effort into that. Okay, so that's what they wanted me to have. Okay. Why do you have to click this? Okay. Based on I mean, this one is like, this is not their sock simulator, just FYI. That is not what you're doing. But it feels like that's the little effort they put into it, like they did with the sock simulator. It's literally copying and pasting. That's all you're doing. I mean, there's nothing even to look at here. I mean, this is just silly. And this one's probably going to be wrong because it says, basically, according to this, what is the primary action that you need to do? They give you that, but it's 2 sentences. All the answers are like 1 word. So I put the whole 2 sentences in there. We'll see if it's right. Okay. No, I would call this a 2 out of 10. If that. This is a waste of everybody's time, including people that need it. I mean, every one of these answers was just a go to the screen, copy, come back, paste. That was it. And I'm done. Oh, overall, give me a second. That one took me 15 minutes to do an hour section. So give me a second and let me get the last 2 sections complete, and then I'll determine, because I don't want to say now and then it's, you know, we change it. Okay, this one shows an attack box. So let's see. Okay. See, what is this? We're a penetration tester again. Like, what's going on here? Why is there 2 pen tests in this? That's silly to me. Security 101 is not pen testing. And the only ones they've the first 2, decent. The first 2 were just basic navigation of Windows and Linux, but also like deeper navigation than what a normal user would have. I agree with that. Then you had, I don't even remember what it was. I don't remember what this one was. I'll have to go back and look at that one. But then you had a pen test, or web app pen test, excuse me, which I don't understand. And then you had a copy and paste simulator. And then now I have another pen test, which this one sounds like it's a... this one's just a technical one. Nope, this is a web app again. What? Yeah, it doesn't even make sense. Like, why? And I don't know if this is a web app pen test. Let me look at it. But no, this is not just a web app pen test. Okay. I mean, this is just... I mean, some of these I can answer. Like, look, the VM's not even up yet. And I can just answer the question without even, I don't even need to do it. Yeah, it's just weird. It's very odd to me. I will say it is Security 101, but they are missing, I mean, they are focusing on this much Security 101 and missing all of security. That's my opinion, is like they're focusing on pen testing and they tried to throw in some SOC stuff in there, and that was horrible. That was probably one of the worst SOC experience. They should have used their SOC simulator at this point. That was horrible. At least they're trying something hands-on. I mean, I give them that. I give them credit. They're trying. Like, they're the only one out there, in my opinion, that is trying to change the game. I mean, not necessarily, like, everyone's trying, but everyone else is like sees the path that works, and at least they're trying something new. Okay, so what was the question? Password attacks and credential security is probably just Hydra, Hashcat, John. I haven't seen any of that yet. Any password attacks, which, to be fair, that's not really how password attacks work anymore. People aren't just out here spraying passwords because there's password lockouts, but you have to be a little bit more crafty than that. See, this is the other thing, is like, it's kind of weird that I don't know how else to describe it. Hopefully so there's very few times I agree with AI grading, but in my opinion, they need more than just one answer to be correct, because there's multiple possibilities of the answer. Okay, oh, I got you. Yeah, I haven't got there yet to know, but we'll see. I have a feeling that those are going to come into play in this one, because this is looks to be more of a general pen test, but we'll see here in a second. Ah, shoot. Hopefully that did not do that. I accidentally clicked reset. I was trying to click, hopefully it did not actually reset. It looked like it asked me to confirm, so. Come on, why is it frozen again? Oops. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Let's look. Okay, so this one feels a lot basically just like another web app one, which I don't understand why they keep doing that, but okay. Oops. Okay, let's see what we get here. The other thing that's interesting is they give you a username, kind of. I don't know if they meant to do that, but how's everyone's night going? Okay. Do. Okay. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I've been wanting to do this for a while. Just take this and get it out of the way, but so I can give an honest review. And so I'm glad I'm doing it and just knocking it out. I'm not super, like, it's not something that's going to help me or anything, but I'm glad I'm good, man. That's what I like to hear. I'm glad you guys are doing well. Is the blue team stuff just mainly defer? I haven't seen anything defer yet, but doesn't mean it's not. Just I haven't seen anything. It was mainly, I mean, there's still another one module left, so it's possible there's more, but. There we go. That's what we were looking for. If this is no way, this is another one, right? Okay, so what we'll do is same thing as before. See, this is the only thing that sucks too, is like, because I had to stand up a new thing, I have to open Burp Suite again and like do the whole thing again. This is a different VM. I just noticed that. Like, they have Burp Suite configured in this one. Interesting. got about 5 things going right now, and unfortunately, their boxes are not made for that. So this is where the time suck happens, where you just sit here and kind of wait. Hope you can get it right. Okay, so now we will turn this on. Okay, does that mean it's on? What the hell's going on here? Why can't I turn that on? I don't know why you can't, it's kind of weird. You can't turn on the burp proxy here for some reason. It's like disabled. I'll try and enable it, it's just weird. Okay. Shows it's enabled. I don't see why it wouldn't be. There we go. Okay, I think I got it. There we go. Okay. Okay, thank you. Still taking forever to do anything, so. Okay, we're going to try this a different way because I don't think it would have taken that long. That shouldn't be done. Definitely not 2 in here, so that's interesting. interesting. Mm-hmm. That cert's very specific. Nothing wrong with it, just depends on what you're trying to do. I'm in a CAPTCHA hell right now. I'm just caught in all the CAPTCHAs. Okay. Well, let's make sure. Oh shoot, turn off the proxy. Okay, there we go. They kind of messed that one up. They did that out of order. Mm-hmm. I turned off burp. Why does it keep coming back on? It's like every time I turn it off, it just keeps coming back. There you go. Okay, this is really annoying. Okay. This is like what I'm talking about when I say like it's just silly. Like you give them this silly thing and it's like I wish I could kind of explain it. It's just silly. Where's the other one? Okay. Now we're just gonna do I love I put the incorrect login on purpose and it just says incorrect. That's all it says. Do, 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 do. Where is... Copy, come on. There we go. Okay. Okay, so let's do this the right way. Okay, let's see what that actually... We'll see what that actually does, but... we can send a message. Okay, what's the last question we have? I'm on the last question here. Just gotta hope I did everything right. And now I'm just waiting for it to finish. You are so bad at this. Tyler is loads better at Hack Smarter. We can actually see his screen. Yeah, I'm intentionally hiding my screen. Tyler's also very good. I like Tyler quite a bit. I've actually talked to Tyler. We talked previously about collabing before he went on his leave for a bit there a while. Tyler's a guy. He owns Hack Smarter. He's a YouTuber as well. Very good guy. I recommend his content. Yeah, Tyler's he's good to watch. He does this more. He does streaming and stuff more full time than me. I'm falling asleep. That's all right. You can feel free to leave. I'm not here. This isn't me trying to teach you anything. This is me taking the exam live so that I can give you the my review at the end, which I'm actually almost done with. Interesting. It's funny. The password they chose is actually pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know anything about what it is, but I do find it funny. All right. Done with that. Okay, last section. This one is, I think this is supposed to be another blue team one. Provides accounting, payroll services to small business. They definitely normal behavior across multiple. Okay. Okay, this one looks like reverse engineering. So this one again is more like, this looks more like malware analysis. Okay, so this one is more defer. So there's one defer section and then one whatchamacallit. There's one defer section and then there was one sort of SOC section, if you will. This will be the last section. I'm just gonna try and get this one done as fast as possible because I've already finished the other ones, and I'm not actually, everything was pretty easy so far. The question I have for them is the grading. And the reason I say that is because if they have AI grading it, then it should be okay because it's just like basic fill in. Like there's just like 1-2 word answers. But if they have it like they have their Tryhackme stuff where you have to fill in the exact word, I do worry about that because people will get a lot wrong. Because it'll say like, what's the operating system? Someone might put Linux, someone might put Ubuntu, someone might put Ubuntu version 2.6, whatever, right? And so like if they're grading it very specifically, then it's going to be wrong. I don't think that's going to happen here. You don't have to watch JNet. It's so that we can review at the end. It's also so that people can ask questions as I'm going through it so they can see what to expect when they take it. I'm not going to show a certification. I want integrity for the actual test. I'm just trying to give people a chance to see what's gonna be like, ask questions. We watch the intro video, which you don't get that intro video unless you pay for, which is, I think they should release it anyway, but I think that showed a lot. Just this screen here shows kind of how to navigate. It just gives people an understanding of what to expect when they get in there. Okay, we're on the last one. This is a Windows. The last one's a Windows one. So there's really only 2 windows, if I remember correctly. Okay, so now that we've got our tools. Perfect. We should be good. Okay. So now can I open... Okay, that was weird. How long it took. Okay. Oh, I see the problem. All right. How's everyone else's night going? Everything else going? And what's everyone doing? Just hanging out? Just what are you guys up to? Watching, working through the last couple of rooms. Oh, nice. You're doing the, are you doing the Sec 101 rooms or whatever? Or Cyber 101? Oh, the CTF rooms. How hard are they? I'm not sure. I haven't done them. have not done them. Four or five super easy ones. What do they do? Like, what do you get if you get them? I'm sorry. Oh, another raffle. The machine just froze, so that's good. Come on, don't freeze on me, girl. That's so annoying. So you can't copy out of this, which is really annoying. Did they give us P? Oh, they did. Sick. I didn't even notice they gave it to us. I don't think you get, you just get the discount, do you? Oh no, you're good. All right, we're almost done, boys. Thank you guys for staying with it. Almost there. Yeah, I'll rank each module. Nope, it just froze on me. I don't know why it's locked me out here, but give me a sec. How easy is this from a scale from 1 to 10? I want to look at the whatchamacallit, the path first, because if it's in the path, then it's not that easy, or not that hard, I mean. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's go. Okay, it's asking for the... Okay, my bad. Not decoded. Okay. Why can't I look at the... Let's see. Come on. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, that's all right. Oh, of course, I just had it. It asked me for the decoded. Okay, so I am done, guys. There's some that I got wrong because I didn't want to deal with it, but that's all right. See, this is what worries me, though. See, it says answer exactly as decoded. The reason I say that worries me is because if every question is has to be exactly like, I'll just give you an example. One of the questions was like, what architecture is this, right? Well, the problem is it could be x64, 64-bit, like whatever you want to name it, right? Okay, so it says I've completed this final section. So let me go through before I cancel it out, right? Let me move my screen. Well, I don't want to move it yet because I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to go through and remember each one. So this one, baseline. So you had baseline, Windows, baseline, Linux. And then the next one, I just want to make sure I remember all these. Okay, then there was the packet capture. And then there was web app, pen test. And then there was the SOC thing. And then there was the second web app pen test. More. And then there was the one I just did, which was reverse engineering or malware analysis. Okay, there we go. Okay, so then we just continue, I guess, right? How likely are you to recommend this to a friend? I would say a 3. Some sections were valuable, but then others were completely out of place, as well as very completely out of place. Many sections felt neglected compared to others. That seems fair. I think that's fair, right? I just didn't want to, I don't want to show anything yet until it shows me. Okay, so I passed. Pretty easily passed. I don't know what the pass mark is, or what the yeah, hold on. Let's look at how scoring works. This is what I was worried about. Okay, so it's out of 700, so I think I can move this now. Let me make sure there's nothing on screen. Okay, yeah, so let me move this now. I'll just move it out of the way. I still may use it in case something comes up. I don't know what'll come up. But so here's what worried me, right? The network traffic fundamentals and the security operations fundamentals. This is what worries me. So read the scoring. The exam consists of 7 scenarios, each representing a different domain, and each blah blah. So there's a total of 70 questions. Once you complete the exam, the score will be calculated as a percentage. What worries me is that they were using the exact answers. So what that means is, like an example is, for network traffic fundamentals, I can guarantee you I didn't get 6 out of 10 wrong, and that's not me like being like cocky or anything. These weren't very hard questions. It is, if you didn't put the exact thing they needed, it was just scoring it wrong. And so that's where I wish they would show you the correct answer, so you can say, like, I think you should be able to challenge that. What I mean, this is what happens when you have like the grading the way they do. Either make it multiple choice so that you can't mess up, which is what they should do if they're going to do it the way they did, which is 10 questions, just like. But if you're not going to make it multiple choice, then you need something. You need to have a challenge, because an example would be if there's a question in there that was provide me an ID number, and I provide it, but then I accidentally typed an extra 1, or went in there and was like, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, if it's not exact, then you're getting it wrong. Now, the network traffic fundamentals, I know where I got 2 of them wrong because I just didn't go back and fix them. The security operations one, this is the one where I think you were actually, I was getting it wrong based on not putting it exactly the way they wanted. And then some of the others were the same way. But you can, in the security operations, this is the one I actually was like, this is just a sad thing. You guys wait till you see it. I mean, if you guys take the test, this one looks like a 3rd grader put it together. So I was ready to just get out of that one. But this one, I definitely could have taken more time on. I agree 100% with that I probably did miss those. But it really wasn't hard at all. And some of them I just didn't answer a question because I was like, I just want to get done. So pretty interesting. Would I recommend it? That's what comes down to, right? Would I recommend it? I don't think so. It's hard for me to say that. I don't think so. I don't think it validates any cybersecurity skills. The reason is network path. Okay, so let's just go through the modules, and I'll do a full review on my channel this week. But so Windows fundamentals, it didn't validate anything. What it basically did was make sure that you know how to navigate Windows and like be able to check, security groups, stuff like that. Wasn't super difficult. I know exactly which one I missed because I just said, I'm not going to waste my time on this. The VM was pretty slow and I got sick of it. The Linux fundamentals, That one, again, didn't really validate much. Just that you know how to use Linux. It wasn't really hard. But the thing that drives me nuts is I know that the 1s and 2s that I missed, like this one, I know which one I missed because I didn't want to go back and I didn't do it. These 1s and 2s that I missed, I guarantee you there's a lot of them in there that wouldn't be missed if you just gave me, even just do like 10 multiple choice, like 10 possible answers. So you can't guess them, but you can select what you know they want based on what you have the answer. Because otherwise, what ends up happening is if I misspell a word, if I put something in there, you're going to just get it wrong. And I don't really agree with that. It's very much like if you guys have ever used Tryhackme and you type a flag and it's like, nope, it's wrong. And then it's like, oh, they wanted this exact syntax or whatever. That's kind of what I wish they wouldn't do. Network traffic, they were using all unencrypted protocols. It was just really boring because it's not realistic. There was only like, I want to say 40,000 packets or something. It wasn't very big. The VM was very slow. So like filtering, I just got over the filtering because if it wasn't Linux, if it was network packet or Windows, it was very slow VMs. The pen test for web app, I don't even understand why it was in there. It didn't make any sense. It's not any validation of skill at all. This one, the SOC, this one was just wildly like I said, like a third grader wrote it. Like, wait till you see the dashboards. Like, I'm not even talking. Yeah, I know they're so slow. I don't know why they like. There are ways to make Windows VMs faster, but anyway, the SOC one. I wish you guys could go see it because the SOC one is like, I mean, it looks like somebody went in Paint and made the dashboards, right? And then the firewall, like literally you make a firewall rule, and if you put the wrong IP address in, because I mistyped it, it literally says, this is the wrong IP address. And you're like, okay, well, thanks for giving me the answer. Like, that was easy. And so, like, those were silly. The brute forcing and cracking, I just didn't answer one on that because I just was like, I'm just going to skip that. I don't even want to waste the time. I don't know anything about brute forcing. I didn't brute force anything on there. So I did crack something. If they're calling direct, I'm not even going to say what it is, but if they're calling that brute forcing, then they're just mistaken. But I mean, people use the words interchangeably a lot. And then malware analysis, it just wasn't very hard. The malware analysis, the thing I didn't like is they gave you a whole directory full of tools, which is good if you want them. You only need one tool to do the whole thing. So I don't even know what the purpose of it was. But yeah, all in all, it's a decent exam. I will say, like, I'm not shitting on it. Like, it's a decent exam. I just don't see how it correlates to Security 101. Like, these two started off strong. I actually thought these two, I thought we're on a good track because it is showing like, hey, this person knows at least fundamentals of Windows, of at least fundamentals of Linux, blah, blah. The network traffic, it would have, yeah, let's look at the path. That's a good call. Good call. I wish I could scroll up. There you go. So let's go. Oh, that's just the logo. Okay, I'm gonna have to exit the dashboard. That's fine. That's fine. Path. CyberSec 101. Okay, so let's look at the path. Okay, Linux fundamentals. So I'm not worried about these right now. Linux fundamentals, those all existed in there. Like, I do think there were some Linux fundamentals in there. Windows fundamentals, yes. This is where I keep saying it. Like, they're taking the easy way out. And this is the problem with certs like this. There's a reason that, like, a lot of companies aren't making hands-on cyber certs because they turn out like this, right? Okay, Linux fundamentals. Sure, you navigated some Linux. Windows fundamentals. Sure, you navigated some Windows. Oh, wait a minute. The number one thing with Windows that every company needs to use is Active Directory or Azure Active Directory, whatever you want to call it, some sort of IAM. Oh, you left that out. Why? It's very difficult to stand up a full enterprise and do this. So what'd you do? You just did the easy way out, right? That's what drives me nuts. Windows command line wasn't in there. You didn't have to use Windows command line at all. Did it help me? Sure, it helped me, but you didn't have to. Linux, yeah, you could use Linux shells. No, there's absolutely no AD. Doe, what's up, brother? Networking concepts, yeah, it's the concepts-ish, but they didn't touch the networking concepts. They didn't touch them. They just went straight to Wireshark and said, do you know how to search filters? Okay, you can Google that. Do I need you to take a search? If someone like right now was like, here's the difference, okay? And this is why I wish they would understand this. If I went to a SOC analyst, anyone kid out of college, and I said, hey, here's a packet capture. I need you to look for ARP traffic. It would take you guys 5 minutes to figure it out because you could Google it. You could do a little research, blah, blah, boom. That's all this was. I don't need that guy. I can hire anybody off the street and get that. I need the guy that you go, hey, this is encrypted traffic. Here's the TLS handshake. I need you to decrypt it. Then I need you to find XYZ attack, not clear text FTP login where you search one thing and there it is. No, I need you to search and there's going to be tons of data and you have to find it and parse through it. They left all that out. And I'm not saying like you need an advanced packet capture. I'm saying just leave packet capture out for this because it's a skill set that I would have rather had you just ask questions about network protocols than waste the time. Cryptography, there wasn't really any cryptography in there. There was some hashes, but that's about it. John the Ripper, I didn't actually use John the Ripper, so you could have used it. It was in there, but I didn't use it. Didn't use Metasploit, never Eternal Blue. Maybe they were in there and I just didn't use them. I don't know. Web App Basics, I used Burp Suite, but then they had Burp Suite turned off on the first one, which was weird. When I say turned off, Foxy Proxy didn't have it, so I had to add it myself, which is fine, but it was just kind of odd that it was in one but not in the other. Web App Basics, I would say there was some Web App Basics. Didn't need to know any JavaScript. SQL, you needed a little bit. Hydra, you need it for a little bit. Nothing crazy. GoBuster, this was also annoying. They took Dirbuster off, but have GoBuster on just because it's in the path. I don't really care. Either way, they're kind of interchangeable, but it was just, I don't know why they don't have Dirbuster on there. But for me, I used the Dirbuster lists, but then used GoBuster. It was just kind of weird. Shells overview, okay. SQL map, the basics, okay. So that stuff was on here. Digital forensics fundamentals, yeah, that was on there. Towards the end when we did that was on there. This is where I get annoyed. They have you focus on log fundamentals. TCP dump is better of Wireshark. No, it doesn't really matter how you analyze them. I don't care. A packet's a packet, whether you analyze it in one or the other. I'm just saying the way they did it here was very unrealistic. It was like you were looking at a network of a small company from 2006. It didn't make any sense. That's not how networks work anymore. But the incident response fundamentals was not involved. There was no incident response fundamentals. There was no triage. So it was you could take alerts because there's only one SOC area and you could take the alert at any stage you wanted. You could take it, you could go to the lows at the beginning or the highs, or it didn't really matter. There was no rhyme or reason. Log fundamentals, you never really need to look at a single log. There was one auth log that I mentioned, that was it. You just had an auth log. Didn't even really have to mess with it. No sim. They had these, this is where I say the SOC thing. They had these mock logs or whatever that you want to call them. It was like a kindergartner wrote it. It was, I'm not kidding you. I could go in AI right now, type out build me a SOC emulator and it would be better than what they built. I don't know what happened with that. I genuinely don't. And this is not me hating. Their SOC simulator is better than what I just took. So I don't know why they didn't just use the SOC simulator for that piece. It was so weird that it was like they went backwards. It was super weird. Vulnerability scanner, another example. They had a vulnerability scanner in there, right? No, it was just 4 CVEs. It just said CVE number, blah, 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 and then it gave you a description of the CVE. You could have just sent me to the CVE website. Like, it didn't even make any sense. There was no vulnerability scanning involved. It was weird. And you had to click start scan as if it was going to scan anything. It was just really that whole section was terrible. Cyber Chef, the basics, there was no basics needed. I mean, there was, I think, 1 or 2 decoding things, and you didn't even need to know really how to do it. I mean, the Cyber Chef one, I'll give them credit. Like, is it over preparing you? I don't know that it's over preparing you. I think it's the exam doesn't match the content. Meaning, like, let me show you. These don't matter for this. So like Cyber Chef, yeah, you could use it. That's fine. But an example would be, I'm not gonna harp on the SOC stuff, right? Like, again, try not to harp on the SOC stuff. Like, let's look at shells, right? And some of them, I don't know that I did them the way that they expected, right? So, understanding shells, like okay, like understanding a reverse shell. It's important to understand this, right? That is true. It is very important to understand this. A web shell, these are important to understand, but you only ever did one real shell. So I don't think it's over preparing you. I don't think that reverse shells and pen testing is a part of Security 101. I do not think that. I can tell you right now, if I go to Indeed.com or whatever and search for cybersecurity jobs, there's going to be this many pen testing jobs, and there's going to be thousands and hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity jobs. So why was there 2 pen tests in this? I could tell you why. They know how to do that already. That's what their bread and butter is. They're Tryhackme, try to hack me, right? They already know how to do a pen test flag or room. So they just took their pen test room and threw it in there. It was easy for them. What kind of stuff did you have to do in the web app? I'm not going to get into the details because I don't want to give it away. But I will say it aligns with some of this stuff. But I don't think, like, let me just look at some of this, like GoBuster, the basics. Yeah, I mean, this stuff helps. Like, it's good that we went through this, or that they went through this, but my concern would be twofold. One is the pen tests are irrelevant. Anyone trying to get into cybersecurity, stop going straight into pen testing. Like, you're not going to get a job straight into pen testing from college unless you do a startup or you know somebody or whatever. Sure, I always get the feedback, my buddy did, or this happened, or I did, or okay, yeah, you theoretically can, but the statistics are not with you, okay, for sure. So the first thing you're going to do is go into probably an IT field, and then go into a cyber field. Or even if you get into a cyber field, guess what? It's not going to be pen testing. It's probably going to be a level 1 SOC analyst or something like that. I don't care that you know how to pen test a web app, because guess what? The pen tests you're doing on this are not realistic. I understand. I don't hate their pen testing methodology here. What I mean by that is I don't hate the easiness of the pen test. I don't hate that, because I understand it is SOC or SEC1. So like, I don't think you should make it harder. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't think you should have pen testing in it. Maybe a pen testing methodology, but you don't need to be doing a pen test. It's irrelevant. What they're doing is here's all the fundamentals underneath. They're just jumping ahead and saying, here's the advanced stuff, quote unquote, right? but you don't have any of these fundamentals. They should be teaching the fundamentals. No, there's no IT in here. That's where my biggest complaint comes. And trust me, Tryhackme knows this. This isn't like groundbreaking to them. Tryhackme knows that it is very expensive and hard to stand up a cert that actually mimics real life. It's very hard. Why? You need a full infrastructure, right? So where do security vulnerabilities lie, right? Anyone that thinks, this is a question that new people always ask, right? Well, how do companies have vulnerabilities? Anyone that thinks that you run a vulnerability scanner and then it says, hey, here's a vulnerability, you need to patch it, and then they patch it and that's the end of the cycle, has never worked in a large enterprise. So teach real vulnerability scanning, real vulnerability management, right? Teach that. Then have them set up their own vulnerability management program. That could be a cert, but actually do it real, right? Then, right, have pen testing be its own thing, which is fine, right? But Security 101 should be, how do you even stand up a web server securely? How do you even stand up Active Directory securely? How do you even use Active Directory securely? What are common attack vectors, and how do you even identify those in a large enterprise, right? Like, you should be understanding fundamentals. And Tryhackme and Hack the Box, and they all do this, and it's okay, it's fine. Like, I get it, it's their business model, but they are just teaching above the fundamental knowledge of people. And people think that if you follow these paths, right? If I go, okay, I've got Linux fundamentals, I got this, then I am a security person, and you're not. Like, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You're not even an IT person. You need to have experience, understanding of how these infrastructures work. Stop skipping that step. If you skip that step and you just get into Tryhackme and you're like, yeah, I've got it, you're gonna struggle, man. It's gonna be a nightmare. You have to have that fundamental understanding, right? A good example I always use is I go to someone right now in an interview and I say, hey, can you explain DNS to me? And they'll give me some, yeah, DNS is blah, blah, it maps IP addresses to MAC addresses to domain names and and okay, cool, great, thank you. Now let me put a DNS server in front of you and you need to stand it up and add XYZ entries. You good? Oh, you don't know how to do that. Okay, then what is that knowledge useful for? It's not really useful, right? So understand that there is a difference, and certs like Security 101, right? Personally, I think Sec Plus is much better value here, which is actually crazy for me to say because this is all hands-on. Sec Plus is all multiple choice, but I think Sec Plus helps you understand real security better than this ever will. This specific cert. I think this cert is too broad, too all over the place. There is, like, some boxes were well done and some were just sad. The 10 questions was weird. It felt like you're taking a multiple choice test, but like not taking a multiple choice test. I would 100% take Sec Plus first. And that's the other thing is, like, this has no reputational value right now, right? And this isn't me hating on it. I hope they keep trying. I hope this is iteration 1, and I hope they continue trying, because if you could do a actual realistic cert, then that would be valuable. Like a Sec Plus with actual skill, like hands-on, that would be valuable. But if you're just doing literally there's basically two fields, right? You can do a Sec Plus, which is just multiple choice, and you can show that your breadth of security is broad. But the problem with Sec Plus is, right, you'd go memorize it, take it, you brain dump it. That's what most people do. If you do that, well, That's on you. That's your problem. But a cert like this validates that skill, that hands-on, which I like a lot. They just need to, it's like everybody at Tryhackme has worked at Tryhackme for so long, they don't remember at all what it's like to work in real world. And that's not a bad thing. They're trying, they're innovating. Like, they're the only ones out here that you see doing this, investing money, time, effort, like building these paths, doing this. They're coming out with paths all the time. Like, this is not me discrediting Tryhackme. They are a phenomenal resource. You know, I use them for business. I use them for training. Like, they are a phenomenal resource. But this is just not it. This I wanted to like it. The first 2 boxes, I was kind of getting like, okay, this could be pretty good. And then they went from, here's your fundamentals, to which they should have went to, which is what you're talking about. Maybe some Active Directory, maybe some cloud. There's no cloud in this at all. I wouldn't say they aren't trying well, right? They're trying to, and I don't know this for sure, right? I haven't talked to the Tryhackme staff in a long time, but they're trying to balance. You can tell, I think, that they're trying to balance. Why no cloud? It's expensive. They're trying to balance like the business value proposition of, right, like, we have to make money on this, which is fair. Like, they have to. So they're trying to get what will make us money and what can we do quickly. They're making, and I've said this for a couple of years, and Tryhackme, I hope you're watching, because I really think you guys could do great things. I think you are doing great things, but I think they're making poor strategic decisions. And what I mean by that is they're thinking in the short term. They are not thinking in the long term. And maybe they, you know, and this is, I hope I'm wrong. Maybe you go look at Tryhackme and they have a 10-year map and it is really long-term, well thinking. And 5 years from now, they come out with a cert that's exactly what I just described, and, you know, whatever. Also, this is my opinion. This is not, you go ask 100 people in the industry and you might get different answers. This is my opinion based on my, you know, 15 plus years experience in the industry. This is not my opinion based on just, you know, me going to college and figuring it out. This is my opinion based on experience. So they have experience too. Their experience might be different than mine, and therefore they see something different, and that's fine. The problem I have with things like this, and I've talked about before, is this feels a lot to me like we're going to put a cert out. Personally, I think it's harder than it should be. Personally, when I say that, what I mean is 2 pen tests, and the web app one was actually a fairly, I wouldn't say difficult, but you had to be fairly knowledgeable. And that's the one I got 100 on because, like I said, that's what my history's in. But, you know, I think you shouldn't, I'm trying to think the right way to say it, but I think it was a fairly good test, but I don't think it is for entry-level people. And when I say entry-level, I'm talking about someone off the street that just comes in and goes, I'm going to take CyberSec 101 and take the path. Because what happens is is the content here? Yes, 100%. And they're not saying it's not. Problem is, how many of you, and I get this all the time on my channel, I would have never read all that unless I watched your video, or I would have never figured that out unless I watched your video, whatever. How many of you are going through this and genuinely taking the content, learning it, going practicing until you've mastered it? Not very many people. That's what you need to do to then go take the test. So in my opinion, you could grind this, go take the test, and you'd be fine. Cool. That doesn't do anything for you. That's the same as just going and brain dumping. So the cert is good, or the test is good. I think it's a little bit all over the place. I don't think it follows any sort of rhyme or reason. There's 2 pen tests. I don't really understand that. Maybe it changes. I don't know. Maybe I just happen to get one with 2. I don't know. But it just didn't feel like a security fundamentals course. It felt like you're trying to figure out what they want a lot, right? Like they have these fill in the blank answers, but you have no idea. Like a good example is, I told you guys, one of the things I'm sure I got one of them wrong. You know, one of the ones I got wrong over here, if I can view it. Right over here on this one and this one, right? I know one of the ones I probably got wrong was, it said, what architecture is this? And you say, you know, something, whatever, X32, X64, whatever. Is that the right answer? Or are they looking for 64, 32-bit architecture? Are they looking for Windows 64-bit, Windows 32? I don't know. So what's the answer? I don't know, because I can't see it, right? So that's one of the things to think about too is, you know, maybe change that format, because that would change a lot too. If you just put, like I said, in my opinion, this is not a complex problem that a lot of people have, or a lot of cert providers have. And in my opinion, the only people I've seen do it right is SANS, and that's not even me hating on everybody else. They're the only ones that have thought of like, just make it like a 15 multiple choice, but 15 answers. Then you can't just brute force guess it, or you can't just be like C every time, right? You have to actually know what the answer is and then go select it. And like you make answers that are like, what's the hash, right? But then there's 10 or 15 hashes and only one matches exactly. The rest are close, but not exactly. That way you have to actually know. I think that's an easy way to get rid of the multiple or the fill in the blank that could be 1 off, 2 off, mistype, whatever. You can just prevent errors. It's just error prevention. Like that's where I say it's like they don't test them or something. Like, or the people they have tested are the people that like do like go look at their, and this is, I don't think that Tryhackme owes me a damn thing at all. I want to state that now. But go look at like the videos at the top of their rooms and stuff. Go look at all those people. Every one of them is going to say amazing things about Tryhackme, partners with them, does this great stuff. I've met with Tryhackme, their CEO, and a couple of their, I don't know what you call them, executives. The reason I say I don't know that is because, you know, it's a very, very small company as far as staffing goes. So maybe they're all executives. I don't know. But I've met with them multiple times. I'll tell you, I met with them very consistently for a while and tried to help them. And I'm not saying I have all the answers, but as soon as I started saying like, this isn't going to work the way you guys are doing it because of XYZ, I stopped getting invited to those meetings, right? They started saying, no, they didn't say anything, but they just started, well, he's not going to, we don't want to deal with him, right? Good example, the templates, right? The templates in the SOC simulator where you get a template for the report. That was me telling them that. You have to provide a template if you're going to grade them on it. The template is pathetic. I think it's horrible. I've told them that. Never got a response, right? I think they're very keen on promotion, marketing, things like that, and they're pushing stuff out. I don't think the passion is there that is what started Tryhackme. And I hate saying that because I do see the effort in some places, right? The web app pen test in this, it was a very good box. It took me 30 minutes, right? That would have been a good intro box that you could have put. Someone created that. Someone put passion and care into that. But then it got thrown into the next one, which was a SOC simulator or SOC thing, and it was just a piece of crap. And so how do you have those two things in the exact same test, right? How do you have a box that makes sense, logical, helpful, I think follows a good path? I don't think it belongs because it doesn't make sense in the cert, but a good overall, thing. And then you have someone create the this piece of crap and you go, these two go together, I can tell you how. They probably came up with this idea, put it on their roadmap for whatever time frame to release, and whatever they had at the time, they threw it out. Same with the sock simulator, they threw it out. Same with their tabletop exercises, they threw it out. All of their stuff is half-assed done. And I don't know why. And it's getting, frankly, I have no reason why, but it's getting on my nerves. And when I say I have no reason why, it's because I don't need to be upset about it. Like, it doesn't matter. But it irritates me because I love Tryhackme. I really do. I've advocated for them for years. I've fought for how I think they're better than Hack the Box in a lot of ways. I think Hack the Box is better in a lot of ways too. But I think Tryhackme has their own thing. But frankly, it's getting hard to like defend some of this stuff. Like, you're throwing a cert out, calling it SEC 101. At least this time, I mean, the last cert they had, they said it was the cert that'll get you hired, which was just a blatant lie. Like, it just is starting to feel like they don't actually care that much. They're just trying to get the new stuff out. They put the leagues out. I thought that might be cool. And then it was just like, who plays the most? And it's like, oh, okay, that's boring. And then they put, you know, they do those raffles, and that's cool. Like, I do think the raffles are okay, but most of it's a voucher for their stuff. So it's like, okay, their tabletop exercises are just frankly kind of not good. And that's okay. But then like now they just released advanced tabletop exercises, and it's like, you should have started with advanced. When I say that, like, you should have started, hopefully the advanced is the fix for the tabletop exercise. So like, I just want to see them see a plan, get with real industry experts, not content creators, not even me. Like, yes, I'm an industry expert, but don't come to me because I'm a content creator, right? Don't come to someone else that's a content. Go to real industry experts. Don't worry about the narrative. Don't worry about how it looks. You don't need to promote it right now. You have plenty of people to promote. Find what works, what makes sense, and build the plan out to fruition. Don't build it out half-ass. Don't build it out in a way that, and I think part of it, and this kind of and I know I'm just ranting right now, so I apologize, but this summed it up for me, right? They told me one time in a meeting, they said, yeah, that's all good feedback. And they said, but we're trying to find a way to make these certs and these rooms not feel like work. We're trying to make a way to make it feel fun and gamified. Think about that. And it took me a while to like put this into perspective for myself. Think about that. So you're trying to build a platform that trains people to prepare for a job that they should love. That's why we're in cyber, because we love it. If you don't love it, I don't know why you're in it. You're probably not going on Tryhackme on your own time, right? So you're trying to build a platform to train people for a job that they're going to love, but you don't want it to feel like the job. You want to gamify it, which I like gamification, I do. But you're trying to intentionally get away from what it's really like. I don't think this was intentional. I don't think like they are intentionally doing this maliciously or anything. But immediately I thought in my head, you're trying to mislead your audience on purpose. And I don't think they thought that in their head. I think they thought, we need more views, we need more clicks, we need more money, blah, blah, because they're a business at the end of the day. And I totally understand that and respect that. And I think what they've built is incredible. I genuinely do. In some ways, I'm envious because I love training and teaching, and you know, they have a platform that I couldn't build. So I respect that. But at the same time, I just couldn't get past that for me. Is when they said, we don't want it to feel like work, right? Because that's It's the opposite. I want you to know exactly what you're getting into when you go to that job. Because if you don't, then I'm just leading you down a bad path. That's your big worry. I'm currently help desk for a SaaS and I want to move into cyber. I have not applied to some internships, entry jobs, because I feel like I won't be ready for it. Well, I will say this. You should always apply for internships and entry-level jobs because they are entry-level. The expectation is that you learn on the job, hopefully. So I don't necessarily agree with that. I think you should always apply. I genuinely believe that. I think you should always be applying, always. But I think the bigger concern is we're seeing a ton of people in the industry who actually, let me rewind. When I got into cyber a long time ago, everybody in the industry, and I mean everybody, loved it. They were obsessed because cyber wasn't even a thing yet. So if you were in it, that meant like you're doing it for the passion and you're in it. And we watched this thing build and we watched this thing build and we watched this funding. And on the flip side of that, you watch attackers get better and better and better and better, right? And so now we're at a point where it's just this constant cat and mouse game. Boom, 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 boom. But what we're seeing is all these people, these younger people get these jobs and they're getting in there and then a year, 2, I mean, go look at the average SOC analyst. It's like, I think it's like 18 months or even a year, 13 months, something like that for turnover. That means they're quitting in 13 months. That's due to how much they don't actually like it. They thought they'd like it. They got in there. It's stressful. It's exhausting. It's burnout. And then they're hating it, right? And so I think a big part of that is, I'm going to look that up actually, because it may have changed over the last couple of years. And it's just sad, right? Yeah, so 8 out of 10 SOC analysts report annual turnover, so a year. Yeah, so I mean, it's just one of those things. I just don't like I don't like that they're starting to just push these certs out, and it feels not finished. That's really what it feels like. It feels not finished. It feels like you really started something with the Windows fundamentals, Linux fundamentals. I don't like the 10 question thing. I think you should just have tasks, and if you get the tasks done, grade it or have something at the end of the task or something. I don't necessarily like we need 10 questions, so like 3 of the questions are just joke questions, right? But so I like these. The network traffic fundamentals could have been good, but I think even just doing something like a Cisco packet Cisco packet tracer and having a broken network and have them fix it, like that's even better than packet or traffic fundamentals where all you're doing is analyzing clear text traffic. The web pen testing, don't know why it's there. Maybe web app security could be there. That might make some sense. Maybe. Security operations fundamentals, that would make sense if it wasn't. I mean, that's the worst one for sure. Cracking fundamentals, I can tell you right now, useless. Why is it useless? Unless you're a pen tester, doesn't matter. Let me tell you another thing. As a pen tester, I was a pen tester for a long time. I rarely cracked the credentials. Why? Don't need to. Don't really care. If I gather this many hashes, if I'm already in your system and I already have privilege escalation or whatever, sure, I will maybe try to crack it. But usually, I just give them to you and say, hey, change all these people's passwords because I was able to get the hashes, so that means anybody could. There's zero need to crack it. Why would it? Why? Unless I need it to get in, but I'm already in most of the time, so I don't need it, right? Not saying that it's not necessary, or I mean, not saying it's not a good skill to have, but to pretend it needs its own 1 out of 7 categories in cybersecurity it's not that. Malware analysis, again, that's okay, but it's its own skill. It's a specialization. It's like they took all the specializations of cybersecurity and they tried to put them together and say, this is cybersecurity 101. It's like, no. The fundamentals that all of these specializations required before they went to specializations, that is what Sec 101 should be. All right, hopefully that makes sense, guys. It's getting late. I've ranted long enough. Hopefully you guys, I know this was kind of a boring stream because you just watched me take a test or whatever, but I've never done it. I've never done a live, taking the test live, so I thought I'll try it, you know, see what happens. I don't know that I'd do it again. I get it. It was kind of boring, but it is what it is. It wasn't my best stream. I just want to try it, right? Yeah, that's the problem I have with content creators, and that's why I will never be a full-time content creator, ever. I don't care if I had 10 million views or 10 million subscribers. I'm not going to be a full-time content creator. It's just not for me. It's not my thing. 1 out of 100, how was the test? 40, maybe? 4 out of 10. The test was fine. It's like you're taking 7 separate tests. So, grading them individually would be different, but 4 out of 10 maybe. But all right, guys, hopefully you guys had a good one. I appreciate you guys, and I will do a full review where I get my thoughts cleared and go through it and do that this week. So hopefully you guys have a great day, and hopefully you guys have a great night if it's nighttime where you're at.